Hello. Ooh, straight to desktop. Hello, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. I am doing all the things in a fun way, apparently. I don't know. It's been a fun morning so far, and it's been a fun morning. Good morning. Hello, welcome in. Did I mention I'm One Lion? I am trying to get a few things set up. Restream's login timed out or something, so I'm trying to remember which account I was logged into it with, and that also means that I didn't get to select the stream before starting the stream in Restream, so we probably won't be having Restream chat relay the Twitch to YouTube and YouTube to Twitch messages, which is fine because we typically don't get very much traffic on YouTube's. But it'd be nice to find out which account and stuff I used for Restream. Yeah, it kind of looks like it was this one. Is there any possibility, Restream, that I can select? Nope. Well, poop. Yeah, so the issue was that I originally had signed up for Restream using my Gmail account for the same one that I use on YouTube, but in order to use the Restream chat desktop app, you need to have a username and password sign in instead of sign in via Google. Oh my goodness. All right, there we go. So I got Restream chat back, but as predicted, YouTube is not connected to it, so that's fine. I'll just keep my eye on the YouTubes for any possible chats that come in. Okay, onward to the work that we are doing. So I'm stuck on this query for some reason timing out. So what I'm gonna do is put it into two parts. So we'll do the user templates to list async separate from the link to objects. So here I'm executing the query straight up, and then here I am using the resulting materialized list of objects and then transforming it. And the reason that I was doing it that way is because of one of these transformations. Yeah. Okay, so that's the other thing that I want to check too. In our debug, I'm going to see if I can do the transformation or if that doesn't allow it to compile. Hello, Reg9K. So can I do the dot select inside of my SQL query? Or link to entities is essentially what I was asking. So this here, x.target name, I'm going to stop you. Probably telling me that we can't use null propagation. So if string is null or white space, then are you nullable? You are not nullable. We're going to do string.empty. Otherwise, oh, I guess I'm defaulting to unknown. Okay. Unknown. Okay, and now it's telling me that we can't use. Wait, that's null propagation. All of these terms, man. So if x.target type is null equals null, or string is null or white space target type dot fully qualified name. Okay, I'm gonna see if this query compiles. 8 bits per play and Fulla Snabble are here as well. Happy Monday to you. Hope you had great weekends. Sitting on a train to Trondheim. Very cool. I am standing at home. So my normal routine. Oh. My normal routine has been to, when I wake up in the morning, prepare my cup of coffee, come downstairs and sit at the couch and do my morning development work on the TV over there in a comfortable space while I warm up with the coffee and start waking up. But this morning, for whatever reason, the TV didn't want to recognize my HDMI inputs. And so I was like, I'm not going to mess with that. I'm going to just come over to my desk and start my day standing and doing work at my desk. 8-Bit says, I spent the entire weekend making 3D models and textures for VFX effects. What kind of effects? If you feel like talking about them. Snubble says, to 8-Bits, since you're into that stuff, maybe you enjoyed the shader advent blog I have going on. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna see if this process, so what this process is supposed to do is when I import a file, so I'm dragging and dropping a CSV, it will get the list of columns and data types for those columns, or column headers, I guess, and call them fields, turn them into fields. Then it'll look up in the database for any existing user templates that match that set of fields. So I was previously having an issue where it wasn't finding the template in the database. That's where we left off on Friday. But I did get it to give me back my template. It's not giving me back my, oh, we're still working on the template. It was looking for the file that matched those fields is what it was. And so we're trying to find the template now. And so here's where the issue is currently, which is I'm trying to write this query. Yep. Where it's using this import file ID of 3 and user ID of this. So we're going to run that manually, but this does mean that it compiled to a query with the transform. So I don't need to have them materialize the list first. Although I didn't try executing yet. So let's try executing now by materializing that query. And there. So we have a not supported exception, deserialization. Deserialization? What do you mean deserialization? We aren't trying to serialize anything. We're trying to just run the query. But this is what's been happening is, well, that one is because I took too long in the debug steps. So I'm going to try it again. Should hit that same breakpoint. Hello, crap team. I said we're going to try it again and hit the same breakpoint. Is probably just going to time out again. We're going to go one thing at a time. So I do have a test written for this, by the way. So we could try using our test for it. First, I'm going to run all tests just to show that everything passes except for this. And by everything passes, I mean that even my sanity checks or my test setups pass. Which means that when I create a user template, it persists in the database. So seed user template should create a new user template, and then it should persist in my in-memory DB that I use for the test. And it says that yes, when you save this to the DB context, you can retrieve it and use it throughout your tests. But when I tried the actual find user template method, the thing that has been happening is that it's giving me back no matching import files. This one. So I'm going to go down to here. Yeah. Okay. So here I'm going to try running the test in debug. And if it does actually give me back a matching user template, then we're good. Then we're golden. I can keep using the test to debug this issue that I'm running into. But right now it's null. The thing that I did do previously was I ran this query separately. I don't know what that error means, but we're going to ignore it. So anyway, this test fails because we aren't finding a matching import record. However, if I were to hit that breakpoint just before the for loop, and manually execute the query. What does this even mean? The metadata for this database is invalid. So my mockDB suddenly is having an issue. It wasn't having an issue before. Previously, I was able to query my DB context just fine. And then if I manually ran the query for this table, for this actual lookup, the imported file would come back fine. Imported files to list. Oh, yeah, interesting. All right, so anyway, now when I look at my actual results here, then I do get an imported file back. And so this thing will hit this current matching and then break, and then the test will continue. So I'd have to do that every single time I want to make a change and then try a test, and it would just be annoying. And then I have no idea if these .includes are going to be breaking as well. So there are too many places in my actual test code where this thing could potentially break. So it's super annoying. So that's why I am just running it in debug and trying to debug it that way. All right, so there's been some conversation going between 8bits and Snubble. Looks like they're having a lot of fun. I won't read those out loud, but I did look through them. And it looks like you two are enjoying that conversation, so I hope you get to continue it. Okie dokie. Breakpoint. All right, so we already know that this one does work in when I run it in production, or not production, in debug. And here is my found import file. The weird thing is that I could query for user import templates here as well. So I could .include user import templates. I didn't realize that I had the ability to do that, or that I created a relationship between import file and user templates. So I'm going to try that first. The cool thing, oh, not the cool thing. Wait, what just happened? Actually, I was not expecting that. It kind of seemed like the query finished. Can't be sure though. All right, let me try this one more time. I guess I never did get to what is actually happening currently, and it's that as soon as it gets to the actual query here to execute the query, it stalls, and then eventually the request times out because it is a HTTP request. And so after 90 seconds, I think, is when it decides that it just doesn't want to. So here I F10'd, and it looks like it is stalled. I mean, you can see the timer is still going. The application is not interactable. Oh, it is. What? Oh man. Okay, so I am doing it asynchronously and not on the UI thread, so that's cool. Or I mean, it has to be on the UI thread. There's only one thread. But what we should have seen is that this should not have taken as long as it's taking. Words. But it will eventually hit this breakpoint. While I'm waiting for that, the database helpers, I can include I can then include user import templates. All right, and here is my cancellation token canceling because it took too long. And the weird thing is that from this point on, if I try to hit that same endpoint again, it just looks like it stalls immediately. It doesn't even hit the breakpoints anymore. It's so weird. Okay, so barring that, let me do it this way instead. If current matching file is null, then we don't do anything. We say we didn't find any templates, so we're returning nothing. Otherwise, we can do current matching file dot user import templates dot select. But then the user import templates would need to be loaded as well, because here's all of my field mappings and my relations and field mappings. So if I were to do this, then I would need to then include field mappings, then target type field, and target type. And I don't think I want to do that. I'm still interested to know if this works. Ah, right. You're no longer a link to entities. Something's got to work, right? Breakpoint? No breakpoint. It gets here and it's like, I don't even want to do that. Okay. So what that is probably telling us is that when we include one of these, we are no longer able to run the query before it times out. I'm going to check that by running it again, dragging and dropping my file, and then seeing if we at least hit this breakpoint. And then if I try to step over, is it just going to stall? Why are you so far away? Come over here. And it takes longer and longer to read the file every time. It's so weird. Okay, so we did hit this breakpoint, and now I'm going to F10 and stalled. Hello, Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Happy Monday to you. So yeah, there is some kind of issue, it seems, with my navigation properties or with the way that the joins are happening. Again, I'm not a fan of including all of these navigation properties. So here again, maybe here, if debug for candy date fields query is this query, and if, and we will try right line. Let's look at what the actual output query is going to look like, and it's got the as split query turned on, so we might need to look at it both as a split query and as a single query. So for now, let's do candidate fields query dot to query string, and we'll do a split query, and we'll do a, and there goes my timeout, my task canceled. We'll do the split query and we'll do the single query. I wonder if it matters if I put it before or after. I don't think it would, because the builder would compile it and then say at the end of everything, do I do it as a split query or do I do it as a single query? Stop-oo. So yeah, again, I would really prefer to use my my unit test for this method directly, but it already has too many issues. No, I keep trying to drag and drop. I need to tell this thing to default to the lab data import page. Drag and droppy. Hit the breakpoint. Hit the breakpoint. Just do it. Okay. And here are my two queries that should have printed out to, this is Squeen, It did not print out to that screen. Print it out to here. So these are my two queries. I will take both of these, please. And then the other thing that I want to do is run them synchronously. I don't know why I needed to put that one in comments. Which will be a little bit more difficult because I need to rewrite it in one line. That's right. I said in one line. And I hit F5 just now, which means that it should have tried to execute this query, and it would have hit either this breakpoint or this breakpoint if it successfully did it. Didn't do it. So while I'm waiting for that to time out, I'm going to run this myself. Wait, is this both of them? Yeah, and so you can see this first one definitely says the link query is being executed in split mode. So we see that it's much smaller than the next query that has the joins. And why are you doing a left join? No one ever told you to do a left join. So confusing. Give me some more horizontal space, please. Back. All right, so this is the first query of the split query because for whatever reason we only get the first query of the split query, and it does give us back results and it runs super fast. This is if we were to do it as a single query, and it stalls here. Interesting. All right, let's evaluate this thing. We're doing imported field is our leftmost table. And that was 32 seconds. Oh, interesting. So it's doing an inner join, which should be pretty fast. There isn't going to be an easy way to do this. Or is there? Let's just do star. Okay, so if I did only this part of the query, that's pretty fast. If I did only this inner query, actually two inner queries, look at this. Oh my goodness. It's because they're both left joins. It's because they're both left joins because the user templates are not required. It's possible we have an import file that does not have any user templates, which means we want a left join in order to get these. And so the split query would say, are there any values for this by itself? And that goes fast. If there aren't, then we don't even worry about doing this query. We just don't even do this left join. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a great day so far. But still, this query went pretty fast. Relatively fast. I mean, it took a second, which is kind of long, but still. And then this query here has an extra parentheses. Wait, that was not an extra parentheses. Oh, because I do need to alias it. Who's being aliased as T1? I'm so blind. You're being aliased as T1. You're being aliased as you. You're being aliased as T0. And do they get column selections back? Okay, let's try that again. Oh, interesting. Oh, duh. Okay, because they have similarly named columns and it didn't know which one to pick. Thank you. Thank you, Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Okay, so that was still pretty fast. But the slow one then would be this left join. Let's do it without the order by. The left join with the lookup from the list of values. The lookup from the list of values is we are joining, not joining, we're doing a concatenation of the name and data type hint. And then we're checking if they exist in this list of 60 some odd possible values. So from 280 to 340, yeah. So 61 probably. And it takes 36 seconds to do that. And again, if we didn't have the left join here, then the query would pretty much look like the split query. So this first one here, and that goes super fast. So if we do, that's so weird. If we do this query by itself, and then we do the left join, yeah, what I don't get is why is it, why is it doing a select at all? This should just be left join user import template. Let me duplicate this. Anna, again, you are so super kind to us. Dude, it's like your person rubber duckies. I am. So I'm trying to debug, and actually I'm gonna stop running the code. Another ducky raid. I am your problem now, says Stony Eagle. I'm stuck on why this query, for one, if I did it as a single query, is creating this left join situation where it's doing subqueries instead of just doing something like a left join of user template on is it really? Do you have a file import template? Left join field mapping, inner join. Okay, so why isn't it doing something like this? Instead, I see ducks as well. I was a duck in a duck costume. I saw you. I saw you. I was lurking on your stream like always. Always there, lurking into shadows like a creeper, of course. Now I need to find 3 other people to lurk on, because you and Clay and Red Cabin Games all pretty much ended at the same time. Nerdmine, Code Red Games, and Visual Studio are currently streaming as well. And I'm also lurking on Emporium Guy. Of course, absolutely, Anna. I hope you had a great stream. That's why I wasn't trying to ask you too much about your stream. I had a feeling that you needed to head out. But you're going to tell me about your stream anyway, which is awesome because I love to hear it. And I said, I'm going to have to raid and run, but we had an amazing time building out my auto dependency injection collection generator. Mouthful. And it now works with poolable injectable services, that it creates a nice auto pooled service class and manually for now returns the thing to the pool. Very cool. It sounds like a really good idea in order to not create a whole bunch of things that you don't need to create if you already have some that are created and available, and reuse them and stuff or something. At least that's my guess on what it's supposed to do. But again, hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your classes, whatever. Yeah, mouthful, but it is so awesome to know and learn how generators work. Mind you, I love reflection, but creating stuff at compilation time instead of finding them at runtime is such a great time saver. True. And Stony Eagle says, making Anna wear the ducky costume is just fun. Of course it is. Absolutely. I mean, she has it on her redeems, so you may as well redeem it. I'm sure if she didn't want to wear the costume, she wouldn't have it as a redeem. I could be wrong about that, though. Maybe it's there just because the fans love it and she's not really into wearing it. But no, nobody redeem it, ever. I'm slowly getting my points. I think it was 33,333. You were forced to do it by White Panther. You have never heard the fit she's throwing at me. Well, unfortunately, I do have the streams that I lurk on turned down quite a bit. Either I am streaming myself or actively listening on one stream while everyone else is at 1%, so that I don't so that they still get the viewership. I'm a proper ducky. But yeah, so I just need to figure this thing out. I need to figure this out. And yeah. Multi-part identifier, because I am no longer calling it T. Wait, where did T2 go? I lost T2. Anyway, the point is, oh, T2 is this overall thing. So T1 and T2 are going away. I can't use T1 and T2 anymore. in my queries. I don't care about the order by anyway. Okay. So even if we wrote it a smarter way, it would still have trouble with these joins. So that's very, very odd. Hello, Fix-It. Fix-It says, the right time of the year for costumes. I mean, summer is warm. True. True. And Anna responded, I still need a proper result for what happens at 1,000 followers. And then, okay, now I really do need to go, or I'm going to be super late. I mean, swerp late. Blazor Mr. Magoo says, I would not recommend using select star if you're testing performance. It will massively change the results. True. The whole point of this was I still don't understand why it's doing inner queries instead of just doing the joins on the actual objects themselves, since there are no filters happening inside of these inner queries, except for maybe the inner joins causing the record to be null before it tries to left join with these. And yeah, I don't know. Point is, I don't like the query as it is in code anyway, so I need a better way to do this. The logic for this method that I am working on should be, this is just so disgusting. This method specifically here is find the matching import file. And an import file is an object that gets created when you, oh, it's not running, obviously. So I'll explain that real quick, and then maybe we can work through it and come up with a better approach. Also, for anyone that is new to this stream from Anna's stream, first of all, thank you for being here. But I am One Lion. I'm a .NET developer, and what you'll see me doing on stream is my day job, the thing that I do to get paid. I'm just allowed to stream the work that I do, which is really cool. But I'm a solo developer working on a million billion, or maintaining a million billion different apps. And at the moment, we're trying to add functionality so that we can have a lab that takes samples that we send them of either water or soil. They run tests on what types of chemicals are in the water and soil, make sure that we're under, that we are not violating any EPA limits on the amounts of chemicals in the soil or water. And there's a whole thing about that as far as why we have to do these tests and stuff. But when we send it off to a lab, the lab sends us back the results as CSVs and Excel workbooks. And it used to be that we only had one lab that we needed to account for. They uploaded the files themselves with the results. And now we are getting other labs sending us these files in formats that we don't really know what they're going to look like. I mean, we know that the first row is going to have headings and the rest of the rows are going to have data, but we don't know what the columns are going to be and how they map to our expected values. So an import file is as soon as you drag and drop a file into the tool, the page, then I send those fields to the server, and the server says, is there already a record in my database that has that set of columns? Okay, so this is where it's gonna stall. That has that set of columns and data types, and if so, then we don't need to do anything. If not, then create a new import file record. Yeah, it's just called import file. Create a new import file record and all of its associated import file fields, which is the combination of column name, and field type. That way, when a user creates a mapping from that import file structure to our destination structure, then they could save that as a template and have it always be associated with that set of fields. So if they drag and drop the a different file, maybe different file name, maybe the columns are in a different order, then it would still recognize that here is a file that has all of the exact same column names and field types as another file I've already seen. So check to see if there are already user templates for that file for how to map from that file type to our destination object type. And so that's what this process is trying to do. After you drag and drop the file, it goes to the server and says, excuse me, do you have any import files that match this set of columns? And if so, do you have any user templates for the current user? And the answer is that it should, because here is my set of records. Actually, I can just Control-Shift-E. So here's my user import file. Sorry, here's my import file that got created. Here are the fields in that file, and it's created with an ID of 3. Again, I'm going to stop so that we have more vertical space. And then here is my target type. So the output type is an RTrack upload model, and I'm doing the fully qualified name so that we can deserialize to this type in the end. And then here are the fields in my target type, which right now I'm not using, so I don't know if I even want to keep this database table. And then finally, here is the import template itself. So the import template, again, is the mapping that was set up in the UI for here's my target column, where do I get those values from? And the reason that I'm needing to store that information is because, let's say we got the first column of data is this. Okay, so the first column of data is this lab sample ID. This thing will get split up into multiple destination fields, the lab analysis ID and then the lab analysis number. So this last number at the end here is going to be the lab analysis number, and in front of it is the lab analysis ID stuff, or whatever it's called. So you can see that the value in this column, though, is not shaped the same. And so the user can specify rules when they're mapping this column to the whatever those ones that I just said are, lab analysis ID and analysis number, that they write the rule essentially in the UI. And so instead of making them write it every single time that they're importing this type of record, they're going to write it once, save the template. The next time they upload a file that looks like this, even if it's named something completely different, even if the columns are in a different order, they will get back those field mappings and not have to recreate them. And so it's definitely showing that for is that field mappings? Target type. So for target type, we have all of the fields. Yeah, so here's our import template. For this import template, we're using file import template ID 3, and we have a many-to-one relationship from user import template to file import template. So one file import template can have multiple user import templates. And there is a direct relationship between the file import template and the user import template. And because of that, why can't I just get back the user import templates super easy? That's what I really, really don't get. And then here you can see that I have the for every destination field. Oh, I'm using the mappable fields. For every destination field, here is the mapping definition for that field as JSON. Because the mapping itself can be one of 3 currently, that can be extended to have more than just those 3. And so this is the mapping rule base. It's an abstract class, and this is the serialization of the concrete implementation that's used for this mapping rule. Words. So yeah, so I'm very confused as to what exactly is happening with the query here. It looks like it should be straightforward. This is the logic again for when you drag and drop a file. It sends the set of columns to the database and says, are there any user templates for the current user for this file? And so the first thing it does is it finds, does that file even exist in the database? Is there a record? Is there a file import record that has all of the matching columns and data types? If not, then we return an empty set. If so, which we do get to this point, then get the user import templates. And I think the issue is happening, the delay is happening here. So what would happen if I lazy loaded all of those includes, we'll call this one debug query. We'll call you query. I did find out that as long as I finagle some of the way that I write it, we can do the transformation in the same query. Oh, wait, you should be toList. And you are toList async, passing the cancellation token. All right, so if x.targetType is null or string is null or white space, x.targetType.fully qualified name, then unknown, otherwise x.type.fully qualified name. So it doesn't like null propagation nor coalescing, the null coalescing operator. Brain, you got this. So I'm splitting it up into 2 so that we can evaluate the query itself, which means we no longer need this debug. That's fine. And of course, if anyone does have any thoughts or suggestions, I'm open to them. If you have anything that you just want to share, talk about, feel free to do so, but I want you to know that I will be focusing mostly on my work, but I'll do my best to respond to things in chat so you don't feel completely ignored. I would hope not. I mean, I'm kind of like asking you for crowdsource brain work to help me see things that I'm missing. Right. I need to get rid of all that stuff too. So here's the proof that it finds the fields, or it finds an import file with the matching fields from the stuff that we passed in. Current matching file is something. And right now we have all of the sets of fields and stuff like that for that current file. So then my next step is, let's use that file to get all of the user queries using only that file ID. So the only thing that I really care about is the current matching file.id and who created it, and are there any user templates for the user that is being passed in. I'm writing a new migration for a movie episode track metadata. It's a tough one. Yeah. So here is our query that got created, and it's going to be using split query. So if I turn this into not a split query, which it timed out because I took too long, man. Rumble cakes. Problem with debugging HTTP requests is that typically you have a 90-second timeout by default on a HTTP client, and then it'll send a cancellation if it doesn't receive a response within that amount of time. Okay. And again, another problem that I'm running into is if that request canceled once, then here's my code for what happens when I press this button. Data import page. So that button is this aperture button that says find templates, handle find templates clicked, and that button will find matching user templates, which is the same thing that happens when you pick a file. So we're going to click that button, and instead of hitting breakpoints, it just immediately stalls. Hello, Jamie. I will read your message out loud to you. Welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't get why that's timing out now. It's almost as if the database query is still trying to run. Like, I'm going to wait for it to time out again and just see if we even hit these methods. And then where is my endpoints? Where are my endpoints? Does anyone know how to speak English? Because I sure don't. You? Wait, you were supposed to be hitting this. Oh, user templates. Wait, what? It did actually hit this breakpoint. That doesn't make sense at all. Okay, well, while we're here, I'm going to try to run this as single query. Or not run it, but generate the query for this if I did as single query. Context.user. User GUID doesn't exist. Oh, true. True, you're right. I'm in the wrong query. Okay. This is where. the debugger is unable to evaluate it. You've done it before. Yeah, and then here's another wait, what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is why I split it up into two queries, into a to-list async, and then processed it. Actually, okay, let's still do this in 3 parts, and I will explain what I mean as I write the last part. Oh, wait. Okay. Pasta. Okay. So as I mentioned before, I am storing the serialized JSON for the mapping rule in the database for each field mapping. And so that's what this is. But when I'm transforming it into this user import template model, the mapping itself is being serialized to a mapping rule when I am assigning the mapping rule JSON string. So here I am, sorry, this one's serialized. I am setting the value of mapping rule. What even is this? Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, no, this is right. Okay, so we're setting the value of mapping rule to if value is null, then null. Otherwise, the deserialized value to a mapping rule base. And I have a custom converter on mapping rule base. But I don't think this is using my custom converter. I think that's where my issue is happening. Goodness griefus. Okay. So how do I make sure that it does? For now, I'm just going to make a private static, and this is just to confirm my suspicions. I remember this part from a week ago. Yeah. Serializer options. We add a custom converter of mapping rule-based converter. I don't care about property name. The thing that I care about is type. Oh, right. This is system.text.json, so I don't really care about anything else. If this was Newtonsoft, I wouldn't need this custom converter because Newtonsoft serializes the. Oh my gosh. You know what the other thing that I realized is when I write the template to the database, I think that I am serializing it using Newtonsoft. Upsert field mappings. Add missing custom serialize object. I'm using Newtonsoft. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because I can use this overload here. And assign it directly to my mapping rule. To a mapping rule base. Okay. I have no idea if this is going to do what I want it to do. Here's how I'm going to test this though. If debug, we're going to loop through all of our mapping definitions from our field mappings. Oh man. Okay, so for each var or template in user templates, for each, I know, inefficient, var mapping. Oh wait, I think I was going to do it. We get the field mapping and var deserialized is that. Okay, so that's how we're going to test whether or not we're able to deserialize each field mapping definition to a mapping rule base. Okay, where are we at? Don't care anymore about that. Don't care anymore about that. And don't care anymore about that. No. Why didn't it hit this breakpoint? User templates dot field mappings is 0. Right, because now that I split it up into 2 queries, it doesn't know that it needed to hydrate the field mappings. Man, this happened last time too. So that's here. Include field mappings. Target type, mappable field, and what else? So we got field mappings. We got target type mappable field, and then target type. This is going to work. It's going to take me a little bit, but it's gonna work. And I won't stop until it does, because I kind of can't. And did I thank the other most recent person for following? I really do appreciate it. I don't show the names of who follows in case you just feel like lurking and you don't want to be called out. Okay, good. So that you have the opportunity to just lurk. No, what? No, it's not hitting my breakpoints at all. Okay, what happens if I put a breakpoint here instead? Do I have a breakpoint on the catch? Yeah, I do. Are you currently trying to query? Who knows? Because I didn't have this open. It says that it hit the user templates endpoint. My assumption is that it's stuck here again. It's every time that I try to do this, then include, then include. So you guys can't see this in Discord or in Twitch, but this person has done this multiple times in YouTube. So I am going to just mod them and they go away. Okay, moving on. This button, do you do a thing? So I tried to wait 90 seconds to see if it would time itself out. And now we're gonna wait until we see the actual HTTP request, but it's trying to get templates, it says. But we were actually looking for something that says this. So I really don't know why this button here is taking so long to prepare the request to be sent when it happens almost immediately after loading the file. But last time we waited long enough and it did try to hit the endpoint. There it goes. Question is, why, oh why, aren't you actually hitting my breakpoints? So confused. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of these debug. Hello, TBD Gamer. Great stream this morning. You guys don't know TBD Gamer, you definitely are missing out. TBD Gamer. TBD Gamer is a fantastic .NET developer working on an application called codenamed Liquid Sky currently. And it is a project management and planning application. He's been spending quite a bit of time trying to get it deployed. He was successful on Friday, and then some things came up, and so he's currently still trying to work out the kinks and being able to communicate with the database still, and having his messaging stuff send messages, and yeah, just a lot of hiccups, and working with Pulumi to try to orchestrate everything the way that it needs to get set up. It's challenging, he says. Here's the description of the app, but definitely check out his streams if you have the availability to. He streams at 9 a.m. almost every day, every weekday Eastern time, which is UTC -8 -9 now. UTC -9, UTC -5, UTC -5, I think. Oh man. Pretty much from 5.5 hours ago, 5 hours and 45 minutes ago, 5 hours and 50 minutes ago, for 2 hours. Dang, it's already been 5 hours since your stream. Holy cow. Or I guess it's only been 3 hours since the end of your stream, almost 4 hours. But still. Time files. Yes, I inverted the I and the L on purpose. Purpose. Maybe double take. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you doubt yourself. You spelled it correctly. You did not. You did not. Lysdexia. It. Okay, we finally hit the breakpoint. And here is us trying to execute the query that has been giving us troubles with the inner join and then, or sorry, this is like a left join and then 2 inner joins. Yeah, and there it goes. And then it times out before it completes the query. Yeah, I'm really interested if anyone has... Yeah, it's logged. It'll show up in here. And then also what I've been doing is I have the query line separate from the actual execution line, so I can inspect the query itself and see what it generates. I mean, look at how straightforward it is. First of all, it's as no tracking, so it doesn't need to set up the tracking wrapper stuff that you get with Entity Framework for any of the results. And second, I'm searching by foreign key ID. And all of these joins here are foreign key one to many, one to one, one to one. Okay, and there is our request timed out. Yeah, definitely. So let me show you that real quick. And I have gone through all this, but I love going through it again because there's inevitably something that I missed. And if you're wondering, if you hadn't heard already, the reason that I'm not using the test that I wrote for this method is because in-memory database is functioning different than the regular SQL Server database. And this is essentially an issue with my Entity Framework query. So here's the query being made. I'm actually going to put the breakpoint on this line so I don't have to push a button. And then here is the compiled SQL. And I'm doing this fast because it's going to time out anyway. So if I put this in a query, made this massive. And this is what the query looks like. Well, that's the other thing. This is almost what the query looks like. This is part 1 of the query. So part 1 of the query is just the query on user templates. And that happens instantaneous. Yeah, the thing that I try to do with the database context is, like right now I'm using another library to mock all of the SQL server specific types of query commands and stuff. And then I just have the DB set. Like the thing that I really need to do is mock each of my DB sets to just return a list of values if there are a list of values that I want as part of my test. So I'm not testing the DB context at all, ever. The only thing that I want to test is the methods under the DB or the database return the correct list of objects that I was looking for, and the database didn't return a list of objects. So is it doing what it's supposed to do in those instances? So here's the other thing that I want to look at is what does this look like if it was one query? I know. Just stop. It's fine. As single query. In other words, not testing the queries that I write. In other words, not caring about the queries themselves, only that when I call this method, this was the hard one. So for example, the upsert template. If I provide a template that exists in the database, then it should update it. If I provide a template that doesn't exist in the database, it should create a new record. But in essence, it's just when I call this method, make sure that it doesn't error and that it calls save changes once and commit async once. If I wasn't testing the persistence of the database at all. Anna's error 404 says, I'm learning C# and .NET. What can I do with .NET? Please, you can do everything with .NET. I'm not going to spend too much time on responding to that because I do need to get my job done. As I've mentioned before, I am doing my work day. But I am happy to talk with you about it on Discord. I'm happy to talk with you about it on Fridays, which are community days, where I stream from about 30 minutes ago for 2 hours. But I will respond to you briefly. So with .NET, that is just a framework. That is an ecosystem with tools for you to put together different types of applications. That can be desktop, mobile, web, some TVs, IoT devices. So the limit of what you can do with .NET is the limit of your imagination. Now, if you're looking for a specific on what type of project to start with, then that might be a question that you'd ask. But unless and until you ask that question, I won't start answering that. All right, TBD. Let's see what this thing looks like as a single query. Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you feel like it, you're probably a part of way too many Discords. But if you feel like it, you can hop into our Discord and ask the question there. And we have plenty of people that will have opinions on what you can do with .NET. It's just a matter of whether they have time to respond or not. Okay, so this is what it looks like as a single query, and we're going to see what it does. So I'm going to let this thing try to run it again, over and over and over. What did I do? I'm going to be stuck on this for a while. I don't want to be stuck on this. Okay, so as single query, we are getting a left join to an inner query with 2 inner joins. I still don't get why it's doing it as a subquery. But that is still relatively fast. I mean, 1 second to do this query. So even if this is what it compiled to as single query, this should have executed and completed by now. So I don't get what's happening. As I mentioned before, this executes. Yeah, I'm going to break this up even more. If you write the raw SQL, does it execute on the DP? Yeah, so again, I had it generate the raw SQL just now, and this is what it generated. And when I run this, it runs in 1 second. So what's happening is that it is stalling here, and because it's a HTTP request, it takes longer than 90 seconds. So the cancellation token sends the request cancellation, whatever. So I eventually make it down here after 90 seconds. It's the fact that it's taking longer to run when I do this to list than it does for me to just run it as a query. It should be pretty comparable time, and I'm not exactly sure why it isn't. So it shouldn't take more than 90 seconds to run this query is what I'm trying to say. Correct. I'm doing this as no tracking, so there would be no table locking at all. Oh, right. This is select menu. Oops. Okay, so Here's what I'm doing just to show each step of what should happen and to prove that if this was working the way that it should, none of these queries will cause it to, what's the word I'm looking for? None of these queries will cause it to stall the way that it has been. It's only when I try to do .include field mappings, then include target type field, mappable field, and then target type. But if I do them individually, it might just be this one here that's causing all of the issues. In which case, no, that could still be a database thing. I mean, these are good ideas, so definitely keep recommending any thoughts or stating any ideas that you have. I will consider them and see if they apply to the situation, and then explain why they may or may not. I guess the other thing that could be happening is when I query for the import file, that has all of the database tracking stuff hooked up. So here's the query for just the user templates based off of the found file. Then here are all of the mapping IDs. That's taking a while. So this first part here, where just .include field mappings, is taking a while. What happens if, instead of doing it asynchronously, I just did it as toList? Because this is really seeming like any time that I include the field mappings tables, that's when it's giving me issues. There's the query. Again, if we look at the query itself, it's a split query currently. Ah, man. I need to turn off split queries for now. And there, wait, what? What? Is it really a wait to list async that's causing this to happen? That is entirely possible. But why? I have never had an issue. With toList async. Okay, we're going to try it both ways. Individual queries all the way up through the field mappings to see if all of those complete, and then the whole query in one go with two lists instead of two list async. You also need the where clause. I don't know what I did with the where clause. Probably gave it to Sienna. Okay, well, this is not starting up again because I forgot parentheses or something. Okay, while it's starting up again, I'm gonna run away for a second, but I'll be right back. Problem with staying hydrated. Okay. Here we go. It's gonna work. It's still gonna baffle me because I've never had an issue with await to list async for entity queries. I was gonna say no breakpoints. Okay, so first query split up into parts. It's working just fine. We found a template. We have the field mappings for that template because we .included, but those field mappings do not have their mappable fields. Do I even need the mappable fields? What was I using the field mappings? Oh, for the name of the field. Okay, so yes, I need the mappable fields for the name of the field and the field type. So here's all of my IDs for them, and here's my query for getting the field mappings, which worked. And so now here's my to list with all of the information all at once. It worked. Hello, Emporium Guy. I saw you were doing Advent of Code, I think, on your stream today. I hope you're having fun with it. Cool. And now I'm getting a JSON serializer issue, which is fine. I'm okay with that. we can deal with that. So why would await to list async not work? You submitted day one. Awesome. Awesome. I used to do Advent of Code a lot. And then I found that around day 14 or 15 or 16, it started getting really, really tough for me to figure out. And then I started feeling incompetent. And then I just overall lost confidence in myself because of it. So I'm avoiding it now. Probably a bad reason to avoid it, but I'm avoiding it now. Okay, so I got rid of the to-list async, and it's working the way that I'm expecting it to. I'm sure day 10 is going to destroy my confidence. Like, for me, this is a lot of fun because you get to sit down and use your favorite language, but because of the way that I do it, it became tedious pretty fast. I copied the HTML for the actual question and put it into a Blazor template. So pretty much for each day's question, I copy the HTML, create a .razor file, and then write the solution for it in the code block in C#. And it just got to be too much. It didn't need to be as complicated as I made it, but that's what I did. Okay, so this is me trying to deserialize my mapping definition, which currently looks like this. And we're using JSON convert.deserialize, and the deserialize has a type reference, not reference type, a object creation handling of auto. That's wrong. Type name handling. Oh, okay. So this is for infinite loops. So then what is the actual error that we get? The field mapping is, oh my gosh. Wait, what? I serialized the object to field mapping. Is that what I did? Excuse me. Excuse me? Oh my goodness. The mapping definition is actually the field mapping and not the mapping rule. But gosh, it pays to know what you're serializing. Which means that this whole time I didn't actually need the other two fields. Wait, what? Wait. Okay, this will make sense. So what I'm doing here is list of field mapping nullable. Dangnabbit. Of type field mapping not nullable? Can we do that? No, it's gonna be angry at that. Model field mapping. Okay, Okay, so this will make sure that all of the field mappings that we get back from this deserialization process are non-nullable field mappings. The reason that this one is called model field mapping is because I have a database entity called field mapping and a DTO slash view model slash server model POCO called field mapping. And so this disambiguates between the two by aliasing the model version of it versus the entity version of it, which I call DB field mapping for reasons. Okay, so let's take that and see if we can deserialize it to model field mapping here. Okay, we got this. We're taking another step forward. This is going to be successful. Then we're going to have our user templates back to the client. I still want to know, which I'm not going to spend time looking up, nor do I expect any of you to, but it's still curious that the toList async was causing the issue with locking the query, not being able to actually query correctly. I missed. Did you see that amazing aim? I have a lot of practice. Okay, so can we deserialize? No, because the enum value property could not be found. Oh dear. At least it's trying to deserialize it. But why is it using system.text.json? Excuse me, are you using system.text.json? No, this is Newtonsoft, right? JSON convert is Newtonsoft. That makes absolutely no sense. Okay, so I have on my field mapping, wait, oh my gosh. What are we looking at? Okay, wait. I'm still confused. It's saying that it can't find a property named enum value, because that's what I told it to do. So, oh. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw anything. There wasn't an inverted if statement in there anyway. So what I'm trying to get it to do is to find the enum value property as either camel case or as proper case, as Pascal case. Nothing to see here. Because both were true. That's annoying. The president not sure. If I didn't already say hi to you. We're gonna get this done. And it's gonna be awesome. This is gonna be one of the most amazing libraries I have never created. Okay, let's try this one again. Yay! Okay, so we found the enum type, and now we're going to try to deserialize it. It doesn't look like it threw an exception. All right. And it successfully deserialized one of the mapping fields. So we'll let it do the rest of them. Interesting. So that's not a good sign. It took 1 second to deserialize all of the field mappings. That doesn't sound right. I mean, it's still not a lot in the grand scheme of things. And actually, that time it only took 5 milliseconds. Okay, so it was just the for loop that caused the issue. In the end, we have templates, no errors, a return object with one user template that has our loaded field mappings, and each of the field mappings has our mapping rules. This is exciting. And so now in our UI, there should be a new button that shows up if it doesn't just disappear on me. Let's re-render. Nothing. My dockable toolbar just disappears. Why? Why do you disappear? Okay, point is I'm happy with that. Let's do some cleanup real quick. We're gonna do some real runs on it. You go away. We don't need to include those two anymore because the only thing that we need are the field mappings themselves, and we are turning the field mappings mapping definition into the field mapping DTO, which is kind of dangerous. Yeah. Like my intent was the field mapping itself would store the relationship between the template and an individual field mapping, or sorry, then the field mapping, one field mapping would store the relationship between the destination target field and the mapping rule. And the mapping rule would be the only thing that got serialized. Because I would get the rest of the field mapping information from the database, the way that I was trying to do it. But that's not how the database is set up. So just real quick, I'm going to do a run through without the debugger attached, just to see what kind of performance we get with that. 1 second, I have a call. Okay, thank you for waiting. Work stuff. The application did launch just in a browser over here. Should have launched on a browser on this screen. Like the whole reason that I contacted them via email was so that I could do all of the things via email. And they're like, I thought if we called you, it would go faster. I'm like, that is true, but I mean, that is true. And okay, I don't see my extra button. What do you say, console? Did we get values? Ooh. What do you say, other console? Oh, yes. Okay. So we're good. We did find a matching template, or at least one matching template. I don't have any UI really for displaying that there was a matching template because this really is just verifying that it works. Register 3 endpoints, no validators. Blah, 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 blah. Wait. Where's the actual file upload console write lines? Did I get rid of them? I really don't like that it's doing a single query on every single role when it does the authorize check. It's really annoying. So what I think I will do as far as these queries are concerned, I'm going to write this down so that I can come back to it. But when I'm loading the roles, I'm only going to load the roles that are appropriate for this application. When loading roles for the application, changing or populating the user info object, only get the roles associated with the application. One of the issues is that like the RMA chain of custody application has, I don't know, 30 roles maybe. So a user could potentially have 30 roles, and I'd see this issue anyway. But right now what it's doing is it's querying every single role that this user has. And so for each application, they have a certain set of roles, blah, blah, blah. Moving on. Finding matching user templates. The first time we got a notification to do this, the data file was null, but then it finished populating the file and then it raised the event again. And so we now have a data file with user import, or not user import fields, file import fields specified. So then we do the actual queries to look for the template. And was it found? Yes. So now what we should do is display something for the user to be able to apply the template, which should be up here. Like, I'm sure I already did that. So found template response equals await. Maybe I need a state has changed, which I guess wait, invoke async state has changed. Because right. And then we need a main layout dot refresh dockable toolbar. So what is happening is that I'm adding a child element to the dockable toolbar from a component that doesn't own the dockable toolbar. Instead, the main layout is where I put the dockable toolbar, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to tell it to sit on top of the top bar. It would only be within the page here. So the Z index wouldn't be able to be higher than the Z index of the page, and the top bar's Z index is higher than the page's contents Z index. Does that make sense? Hope it does. If not, oh well. Why am I getting so many notifications? Okay, so I'm gonna refresh and repick a file and repick my nose. And this time we should see a new icon show up in our dockable toolbar after it's done populating the file. No templates found. No! We just found templates. What do you mean no templates found? Did I pick a different file or something? Okay. There might be a difference in the response that we get back when we are in Blazor Server versus Blazor WebAssembly. Where's my request? So here's my request, and I get this as JSON. Okay, so here is the JSON request that we are sending. Why are we sending the entire table with the request when I said JSON ignore? Duh. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, I'm gonna do this way. So my typical setup when I set up a new API or MVC app or Blazor with the API hosted API is to do the add controllers and add Newtonsoft JSON. Because the JSON serializer, the system.text.json serializer, doesn't have the features of being able to put the type name in with the objects. So if I have an abstract object and I'm trying to deserialize that, I need a custom deserializer in system.text.json. And so I like having the type name handling auto or object, either one, set so that when it deserializes on the other side, it will deserialize with that to the concrete class without me needing to put a custom converter. However, with fast endpoints, you don't have the option of receiving a request as or sending the request to the endpoint using a different serializer than system.text.json. So my two options are option 1, get rid of the custom serializer, the add Newtonsoft, from the server, from the application when I'm running it in Wasm, or set up the JSON ignores using Newtonsoft as well. But I still think that the fast endpoints are going to have trouble deserializing it since they only use system.text.json. I'm not using .NET 9. I was going to say I'm going to show which render mode we're in so that we know whether we are doing the API request from WASM or from server. But point is, when we run the app for the first time, it should be running in server. And we would know that because we don't get any console logs or network stuff when I do things like do the request for the template. Instead, that only appears in here. So all of these my custom console logs, console write lines, will only appear in the console. And then if I refresh, we should now be in WASM, which will see a whole bunch of stuff in network. And we will even see the request when I drag and drop, as well as this information here. And that's how we know we're in WASM. Okay, so this time when you sent the request, you should have sent the request serialized. Man, no, this is still using Newtonsoft. And it doesn't find templates either. What? Here's my next roadblock. Blazor WASM versus Blazor server. Thank you, render mode auto. Why are you still using Newtonsoft? The answer is because my do get on my lab data service or do post is serializing using system.text.json, but it's starting with what is this called? Newtonsoft. So I'm serializing the object using Newtonsoft so that I get the type conversions. And then on what I was doing in my other applications is on the server side doing the .add Newtonsoft to the add controllers, and that's So instead of having fast endpoints here, I would replace these with controllers. But since we're not doing that, let's just see what happens if we post the request directly without serializing to using Newtonsoft. I do it like this. Safe. Okay, let's run it with the debugger attached. Get a free exam retake. Yeah. All right, we got this. We're one step away. I guess I removed a lot of... No, I didn't. I was going to say, I guess I removed a lot of breakpoints. But yeah, you can see, so another behavior that I'm noticing is when we are on render mode server, it's loading the data table before sending the request to the server to try to find templates, which is cool. I wish it did it in WASM the same, but I think I need to instruct it to do status changed. And I think it does it on server because we have multiple threads to work with, and it's doing the request to get the user templates from the server on a different thread than the UI thread. That went fast too, and it's displaying. So are we actually in WASM mode or not? Who knows? There was an error trying to find matching user templates. Okay. TBD asks, or states, that time when you wonder if your microphone was broken during the meeting or people just didn't care about what you were saying. Aw. I'm sorry. Let's do the request again. Should have hit our breakpoint. No exceptions. But it's saying that there was errors? Okay, so we are now serialized using system.text.json. We got a response that looks well formed. But it's still, this should only show up if our response model dot was error. Is that true? Am I lying? If found template response question mark was error, if found template response was null, then it would be false. But if it was error, then it would tell us the errors, all of the errors. And the error is probably on the client side deserializing the response message. Let's go there. Because the server responded with a valid response, so we are now going to be here, and it's got to be in JSON convert deserialize. Duh. So I still have a little bit more work to do to remove JSON Newtonsoft from here, which we're going to duplicate, comment out the old code, and our response object is going to be await response read from JSON async. Read from JSON async with cancellation token. Wait. Wait, what? Can you not forward this? The cancellation token? Oh, I need a of type T response model. I will get to chat in a second. Thank you so much for the follow. And you did chat, so I will say thank you to Seaplane, but I will respond to you here in a quick second as soon as I finish doing this thing and running. Okay, so Seaplane says, I'm used to Node.js and this looks hard. I make it look harder than it actually is. There really are patterns. CT colon. Yeah, I know it was CT colon. It was, wait. This was provided to me from whatever this is called. Hi, Scott. IntelliSense. So it definitely is cancellation token for the member name. But C-plane, this really, like, I typically don't have this much trouble, but for whatever reason, no, not for whatever reason, this is my first from scratch .NET 8 project. And I'm running into a lot of the issues of render mode auto. But before that, there's still this kind of server situation that's going on that I had never encountered before, where when I used asynchronous method on my database context, which is just a way for me to query a database in C#. I did try CT, you're right. But the other issue was that I forgot to put a type on this, which I don't think we need the member name because there is only one parameter. I was thinking something else. Okay, 2 threads of conversation. I will finish the one with C-plane first. So there's this thing called Entity Framework in .NET where you can pretty much connect to a database, have all of your models in C# code, and then you say from this DB set, which is like Entity Framework, generate the query for whatever my database provider is using LINQ, which is again C# language. Well, LINQ is more than C#, but the C# implementation of LINQ. So it'll generate the query for us and execute the query and hydrate the list of models that we should be getting back. So there's an asynchronous version of doing that hydration and a synchronous version of doing the hydration. So I could either do regular .toList or toArray or something that materializes the list, or await toList async. When I did the await toList async, it would freeze and the request would time out because it wouldn't complete within 90 seconds. When I did a regular toList, it completed, it executed and completed super fast. So I really don't know what's going on there. Now I'm running into an issue where I was using Newtonsoft to serialize and deserialize manually all of my requests because .NET uses system.text.json, which is, I think, called JSON.NET. Because I liked being able to serialize my object types when I'm sending my request to the server with the information that goes to the server. But that way, when I'm using an abstract class, which I'm using a lot of here, it will know what to deserialize to on the server instead of me needing to write a custom converter that says, here's my discriminator, check that if it's one of these things and deserialize to the appropriate concrete class type. And but because I'm now using another library called fast endpoints that I had never used before, but it's really easy to set things up. It only uses system.text.json when you're serializing an object to be sent with a request. If the connection pool is exhausted, this is Spaghetti Developer giving this possibility. If the connection pool is exhausted due to unclosed connections or too many simultaneous queries, the query will wait indefinitely. Solution: ensure all DB context instances are disposed of properly. Use dependency injection for managing DB context lifetimes in ASP.NET Core. Thank you for textbook. However, if you look at my code, you will see that I am using the appropriate mechanisms. So I am await using context equals DB context create factory, and then doing all of my queries on that context, but it's this one here. So I will show you that now, actually. I have breakpoints set up, and I will do both. Var, I'm going to stop the app and then relaunch it. Var other templates query, which is going to be this exact query except asynchronous. Oh, I guess I still want this. All right, Scott was asking, where's my error handling in this class? So that would be the HTTP client extensions. So I wrapped the entire HTTP request for not only the request, but deserializing the object back from the request in a try catch. And then when I catch, I handle the specific cases of canceling the operation. If it isn't one of those, then I throw a generic, or not throw a generic error. I log a generic error. Big Gamey, you were live? How did I miss that? I missed Big Gamey's stream. No. Can you beat you right? Hello, Big Gamey. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm in the middle of explaining an issue, so I'm gonna show the issue first, and then I will say hello to all of you. Then, oh man, totally missed that. Hello, Ninja Gloppy. Big Gamey says, well, hello there. We had a just chatting stream today to ease myself back in to things slowly. Very cool. Okay. So here is the query in question. When I do it with a regular toList, you see that it takes about half a second. When I do it with a toList async, stalled. And then the HTTP request itself will eventually hit 90 seconds and timeout. But it's the exact same C# code. So then Spaghetti was asking, can you monitor the database at the same time to see if there's a deadlock or something? I don't know how to do that. Tyron, not now. I mean, yes, I will consider it. But and I have written that before. I have used that before. But when I am, yeah, I will consider it. Other async queries work. So inside of my find matching import file, for example, one of the method that gets called, oh, right. Let's get rid of this. You can see that there is a toList async in here that does execute and complete. So let me show that. I'm so close to being done with this. Okay, here's a promise to you. We're going to finish up the logic for this. We're like this close. We have all of the server-side query working. It's finding a matching template when there is one. And now I just need to know what it's going to look like for the user to be able to use that template and apply it. Okay, so here is that first asynchronous query that when I run it takes half a second. And then that will eventually return back to that method that we were just at. And then try to run this query. And like I said, the synchronous version works, the asynchronous version stalls. So that's the issue. And it seems like it has to do with the navigation property for the field mappings, where my field mappings, every template has 0 or more field mappings, and every field mapping has exactly one mappable field, and every mappable field has exactly one target type. Configure await async after my to list. Yes, I am using SQL Server Management Studio. I'm also using the SQL Server Object Explorer so that we can just do it on stream without me needing to worry about whether my database connection information is showing or not. This is my developer SQL Server that's running locally. So yes, we can definitely configure await false to see what happens here. Get rid of this, and it's not going to let me do it without restarting. But again, I want to finish this. Okay, I will do that. But, oh man. Yeah, I will definitely do that right now. What I would really like to do is finish up this little bit of logic and then go through trying to improve it. Okay, and that goes in app settings. Well, I saw your first message, Balint. So yeah, gosh, I need to do it all. Shout out BitGamey. So a shout out to BitGamey. Thank you so much again for the raid. And then also, and I talked about did I talk about your stream yet? So BitGamey has taken a short hiatus from streaming, and he seems to be back, which is awesome. Trust server certificates. Okay, so I have SQL Server Management Studio. For those of you that are new here, what I am currently doing is my day job. I stream. I'm allowed to or able to stream the work that I do for my client, which is awesome. It's super nice of them to let me continue streaming because it helps me stay motivated. It makes me feel like I need to be on top of what I'm doing because other people are going to be looking. That really is one of the biggest motivators for me. So I definitely am able to stay on top of what I'm trying to get done when I have you guys around. Plus, the original goal of me streaming was I didn't have any other developers that I was really talking with. I was solo developer for the longest time. And then I eventually went to work at a different company, and I worked on a team at that company and had a rocky experience. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst, but I didn't enjoy that experience as much as solo dev. So I went back to being solo dev and working directly for this company, same company I worked at before I left them, or same client, excuse me. But now I was doing it directly contracted with them. Now I am doing it directly contracted with them. Oh, tools, SQL Server Profiler. That opened in a new window, asking for a new connection. And now I can't minimize it because all of the windows are modals. Click File, New Trace, and connect to your SQL Server. In the Trace Properties window, go to Events Selection tab and enable Show All Events at the bottom. And check the following events. Deadlock graph under deadlocks. or under locks, and then deadlock under errors and warnings. Locks. Locks. Okay, here's what I have. Could it be the method is returning the task, whereas the other link statement is just the await? It shouldn't be, because, yeah, let me finish this first. Okay, let me just show this situation one more time. I am going to do the process that eventually calls that API endpoint, and eventually the method. So here's an example of one query that is running with await toList async, and that is successful. It's in the same method chain as the query that we're trying to run. Here is the synchronous version of the query, which ran successfully. I have a result from the database. And then here's the asynchronous version of the query. I added, the most recent thing I did was add configure await false. And it's still not continuing. So can I minimize this? I can't. So every time that I bring that window up, it covers my chat, so I can't keep reading what Spaghetti Developer said. So enable show all events at the bottom. Check the following events: deadlock graph under locks. And I'm so blind. I didn't see this the last time. Deadlock graph. And then deadlocks under errors and warnings. Okay, this one I am definitely not seeing. Yeah, and there, the request was canceled because it timed out. Okay, so Spaghetti, instead of deadlock under errors and warnings, is there something else that I should look for? Okay, and then under log level, so we'll have this on too. Let me stop the app. Okay, and plenty of time should have passed, so shout out to Science Streams. And last time I think I just said partner, which was hilarious, because he is partner. It wasn't a lie, but he is also an ambassador, a Twitch ambassador, which is awesome. He's the first science Twitch ambassador on top of that, and just all around amazing person. He's got tons of energy. His streams are highly entertaining. Definitely worth checking out. Even if you're not into sciencey things, he is just an amazing people that you would want to be around like all the time. So definitely check out Balint, aka Science Streams, and his wife and his daughter and all of them. Okay, so app settings, app settings, app settings, app settings, app settings, and logging. Okay, so in logging, we can add Microsoft Entity Framework command. Okay, which would be here. Added. Whew. Yeah, I've never had a deadlock either. Not with just a regular await toList async. And it really, I don't know. Is it possible it's trying to resolve all of my navigation properties. So user import templates to field mappings to target mappable field to target type, target type to target mappable field to field mapping to user import template. I mean, Entity Framework has never done that to me before, so I don't imagine that happening. I have no idea. I don't know if it's a deadlock issue. I am just now finishing the configuration of this and hitting run. And now we're going to run the application, get to that query, and see what we get outputted. I can finally make this screen smaller. And we'll move it over here. That is really bright. I do have a dark mode hack, I would call it, for SQL Server Management Studio, but I've only applied it to that computer over there because I really only ever use it on that computer. Okay. So this is the one in question. I hit it, and here is I guess I should have checked before. Is this the query? And I get the actual query. I don't know what to call it. Sure, I'll put it in documents. Oh, this is the query. I'm so blind. Okay, so the query is execute SQL, select these fields where, or from user template where the file import ID is 3. I mean, I'm sure it's 3. And created user is my GUID. I don't know how to read this. Not gonna lie. Good question. Let's get rid of the synchronous one so we don't get confused. All right, and then Reg says, off topic a little, but I've learned that even ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot do not comprehend XAML. How will us mere humans survive? And I really don't want to debug this for too much longer yet. I do want to get the asynchronous version working eventually, but right now I need this application to be out in production. Or not application, feature to be out in production. And then I can spend as much time as I want making it better. And I truly mean that. I don't mean that as in like I'm working with a team that says we have this sprint and we need to get the application done by the end of the sprint or by the end of the release period. And okay, so here we are again. I was talking too much while doing that. And I didn't even finish that sentence. So, yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. So I am a solo developer. The client does drive my work, but I have so much work that I can essentially decide which pieces to spend the required time on, which is so nice. Not very many people get that opportunity. So right now, this is an immediate need. It needed to be done about 2 months ago. But I just wasn't able to. And so now it's like they have a need to be able to use this app. If I give them something that they can use for the data that they've been getting now, then they can start importing the data, and then I can improve this feature while they're using it so that it works faster, more efficiently, and in the way that I actually wanted to implement it from the beginning. Which I didn't do a terrible job of sticking to a good approach. Okay, how do I clear trace window? Perfection is a road, not a destination. True. But I mean, just small quirks like this, where this should work. This async method should work. There is no reason it shouldn't. Okay, so audit logout, I don't know what that means. SP reset connection, I don't know what that means. Is that normal for a query? I don't know. LPC set quoted, committed, blah, 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 blah. And then execute query. So this is the query it's trying to execute. If I took that query, yeah, I'm just going to copy the whole thing. If I took that query into, actually, let's go to SQL Server. Into SQL Server, new query. Impasta. And then I told it, instead of all this, you go up here, we go declare int declare GUID equals 3 equals that, and ran it. It's done. Less than a second. Okay, and this is where the HTTP request just timed out. And try to remove as no tracking. Okay, let's try as no tracking. I mean, without the as no tracking. That, the very much that, what TBD said. Okay. Bang. Be hilarious if this worked. Okay. And it's back to not wanting to do anything for us. I mean, it would make it worse as far as there would be more overhead, which means more processing, more memory usage than the as no tracking. So it wouldn't make it better. Yeah, and look at all of these heap calls. That's an indicator. That's an indicator of something. And then a snapshot now. Why? Is it pulling the entire database into memory before it applies the where? The answer is no, because the where is here and the to list is here. It can't be the case, right? Oh man. I did do the comment out include and it worked fine. Again, we're spending way too much time on this one, but it is a suggestion and maybe we can discover more because of it. I do need the field mappings because here it uses it, but we can definitely run the query without the include. That won't make that big of a difference because there aren't very many. I don't think that would. I'm going to copy all of these suggestions down. And paste it here. Okay, there's my timeout. Thank you so much for the follow. I am not displaying names for followers in case you just wanted to follow and lurk and not get called out. So no pressure on you, but if you do feel like saying hi, feel free to send a chat. Yeah, the thing that I don't like about the thought of only doing the select with the properties that are needed is that I'll create an anonymous object for each one of them. And that might end up being worse in the long run. Maybe not. But we can try it. So yeah, so there it did the query super fast without the .include, and I did notice that when we did .include and we did it as a single query, the field mappings was a left join subquery. I don't know if I saved that or not. And then I tried it without the split query option on at all. Yeah, so this is what the query looks like when I have the .include field mappings. And so you can see it does a select the specific fields from user templates, left join, because again, it a user template has zero or more field mappings. So it's doing a left join, select from field mappings, inner join the target mappable field target type. And actually it's not even doing these anymore. I got rid of those 2 joins. So we don't need that anymore at all. But even if I did run this on the server directly, then it takes 1 or 2 seconds. So it's not like the query is malformed or the query causes Cartesian products or anything like that. Even if I were to include 2 levels down. ¿Qué más? So the other suggestion was select only the fields that you're using in the query. So let's try that. No more include, instead .select x new anonymous object, because I don't have a model for this object. GUID name, description, target type, field mappings. Thank you, Copilot. I don't know how link to entities works with not needing to name the properties. So I'm going to explicitly name them just in case for now. Implicitly works well. Okay. But still, for now, I'm going to make sure that that is eliminated as a potential issue. And even then, I need to anonymize the field mappings. Anonymize. Only select the field from field mappings that I'm using. Okay, so here is the query. And that one is deadlocked as well. Or whatever. Deadlocked, lagging, frozen, not completing. And I'm not giving it very much time at all because I don't want it to take that much time for the end user. The only thing that I care about with it is the mapping definition. So we can do field mapping definitions. I just don't really see this being beneficial anymore. Continuing down, trying to get the to-list async to work yet. Oh man, so many things all at once. Inundated, bombarded. I need to do a work thing really quick. This should only take me a couple seconds, I hope. Cool. Do you need anything from me? Nope. Okay, let me sign out, close, push this button, new password. Update. Okay. Sorry, I just got access to a new system. Okay. So here was the final change that I'm going to make for now, which is instead of asking for all of the field mapping objects, I'm only getting the mapping definition. And so at this point, looking at this query, what I would most likely end up doing in order to make it work faster anyway in the future is creating a view on this query. Since I know it's going to be called often, or yeah, called for every single file that they're trying to upload, then I would create a view. And it'd be an easy view because it's just going to be the user import template with the mapping field definition string from field mappings only. Yeah, and then I would squash it. Okay, so still doesn't work. We're moving on. That was an adventure. Thank you all for your suggestions and for your thoughts and your ideas. We'll come back to this in the future. That's why I'm leaving it in the code. Okay, so final run through. Just to make sure I didn't break anything in between the re-changing of the things here. Refactorings, I guess, maybe? I mean, I knew that I was going to be creating a view on some of these queries in the long run. It's just, I would rather have all of my code be, all of my queries be done in C# because it's not that big of a difference for the small amount of data that this database will hold. Okay, so query has run successfully and I'm transforming it into the returned object to the client. Client gets it and it says, you are successful in getting the user templates. I don't know why my top bar still disappears, but if we take a look at the console, wherever it happens to be, then we will see messages. Oh, right, there's going to be a lot more in here because I turned on the logging option for SQL Server. But there should be the ones that say getting templates. Actually, where are those now? They're gone. Oh, duh, they're in here. Because it's running server currently. But we have the message saying find matching user templates found true. So now the issue that I'm running into The next one that I'm actually needing to get fixed is if we are in WASM. So I did a refresh, which hopefully runs in WASM because everything is loaded already. The .NET runtime is loaded. When we upload our file and it tries to do the request to the server, is it serializing everything correctly so that this time... Nope. Oh wait, yes. 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 Oh, okay. So there wasn't an issue with the server responding with the correct response at this point. It was the client deserializing the object to the client object. And here we are. Yes. Yes. Okay. So now it works in Blazor server, or when it's in server mode and when it's in WASM mode. My icon is missing for the drop down and my styling for my what do I call this? My popover button. But this is the template that it found. It's called Hold Me. So with all of that said, I am curious about one last thing. And so that is when I run the test. I don't know if I even want to go here. The only thing that is broken in the test is getting to this point with a populated import fields or imported file. So if I were to change this to a synchronous toList and I ran my test, will it actually populate my navigation property? That's not the test. No, but watch this. If I go into my watch and I say context.importedfiles.toList, and then I inspect my returned objects again, it's now populated. That is baffling. Okay, so I'm going to take this back to await async. Because it didn't make a difference. And that one I think is just a limitation on the in-memory DB or the mock context. Yeah. This one. So like what I might try doing is set up I know that I have a way to get the actual mock context. Do you give me back a mock of? No, it doesn't give me the actual mock of. But something like this, I'm sure that there is a way to mock the DB set to return a list of whatever. I've seen it do it before. Or an iQueryable of. The issue is that the toList async would no longer work on that because then it'd be linked to objects and many issues. So anyway, this test is never going to work. Why does it say that it passed? Oh my gosh. Oh, duh, it passed because I made it get the object. So I'm calling this good. I have no idea what we did. Oh, it's going to be two different commits. I did it. And yeah. Okay. So, first thing that we did is I don't want to even do that one at all. So the import utility and the library. What did we do on mapping rule base? Right. That is a part of this thing here. True. And then field mapping. I kind of want to change the mapping rule JSON because I don't think it's used anymore. Wrong one. Data import library. Where are we? What's going on? Did somebody lose track? Never. Never. Okay, so mapping rule JSON, not used anymore. Not used anymore. I'm getting rid of it. I didn't like it to begin with. I don't like it now. Okay, we're good. Oh. Oh. Ew. Yeah, no. Don't mind me. I'm just making faces at the white space in here. So typically, I have all of my properties together without white space in between them. And then when I go to my methods is when I start using an extra carriage return between each method. So the last property and then each of the methods. But it doesn't look very good when you have XML comments on everything. Did I do that everywhere else? Yeah. Yeah. So I do have an extra white space in between properties even. Weirdness. Stagey. Okay, we're good with that. So the last thing that I need to be able to do is apply the templates. I'm looking for the running app. All right, back to .NET Watch. Back to .NET Watch we go. And so if you're still listening, but you are not required to respond or even tune in if you're not listening, but Tyron had a mention or an ask, a statement, I think it was Tyron, about how he's used a kind of like Excel data import thing to go from some import file to some output database field or C# class. But the kind of messages that it gives back are not very helpful. It's difficult to see if one transformation value thing broke the entire import process. It's not very clear on which one it was, and just not very helpful. So that's one of the enhancements that I definitely want to keep in mind for this process, is so that the user can see at a glance which field mappings are not working the way they should. And now suddenly errors. System aggregate exception. Could not read property of blah. I really don't know why that happens so often. All right, what else? I want my fast endpoint stuff still. I think this is split query, single versus split. This is all open iconic. Okay, so this is testing. Oof. So bright. So bright. Okay. That cleans up a little. What are you doing and why? Stop that. Man. Okay, so we were running into this issue before anyway, and a control F5 seems to fix it. And it does fine. No, it doesn't. A regular F5. Nope. Why? Time for a clean. Instead of your application crashing and becomes unresponsive, you could create a custom error boundary, inherit error boundary, and override the exception to log it and customize the exception UI. Great idea. There's this thing that I do where I use an error boundary to do the error handling in the data import library. Where even are you? Custom exceptions, components. So I'm definitely already doing that in here, but you're saying to do it around the whole application? So like in app.razor, I would put it around routes. Because I think this is happening even before we get to the main layout. But I mean, we'll put it in main layout. And then we could do some custom logging here in a second, but let's just see if this is where it happens first before putting in the context.exceptions and all that stuff. More work stuff. Have you tried Serilog? I have tried Serilog and I like it. But I don't really know how that would change or how that would help me in this situation. And why didn't the app run? Okay, so there's one reason that I don't like the database logging. Because it's all showing my server names. Maybe later. Oh, just a general question. And then there's this whole warning where it doesn't like the conflict in versions for something. Microsoft Code Analysis. That could be an issue. Okay, unhandled exception in circuit. One or more errors occurred. ASP.NET Core. System aggregate. So yeah, it happens before body. So I'm going to go up one more level. To see if it might be around the dockable toolbar or the nav menu. I'm so lost in the app structure. This application in specific is kind of spaghetti-ish because I have one library that is componentized. So this library here, the armits file import utility, is standalone, doesn't have any UI, it just has all of the functionality for being able to map from an imported CSV or Excel file to a target C# class. Then I put some Blazor components on top of that so that you get some UI out of the box that you could use. Everything from the data file input that you can control everything you want about it yourself, to the entire methodology of you pick, or it gives you the data file input, it gives you the preview of the file itself that was read in, and it gives you the UI for mapping fields from the imported file to a target type. So that's what this is, all of the Blazor components for that. And this is just a source generator for some of the mapping types and value transformation operations. But this together is going to be open sourced. It's a standalone thing. The lab data import part of it, which is the specific implementation of this library for the purposes of what my work people are doing, which is taking an Excel file or a CSV and turning it into an RTrack upload record, and then eventually doing a record check on that and then uploading it into the RTrack database. That's what I'm currently working on. So that's this library here, which is all of the just logic by itself, as well as the UI for it. So I'm going to add a .components project to this after we're done putting things together in the sample project. So then this sample project is just a Blazor web app that I'm trying out the library in. And then of course there is the database. So this is the database project for all of the stuff and things. Or persisting the user templates is what I meant to say. Didn't mean to just dismiss that. But that's what's very confusing and baffling about what's going on here, because this is the exact same project that was there the whole time. And like just now, I Control F5'd and no errors with the UI. I don't get it. I don't know if that even picked up. Hello? Okay, there we go. So, how fun. I still have no idea where my dockable toolbar goes. Oh man. Here's my dockable toolbar. This is what it should do. Add a button. Maybe I'm just calling the wrong method on my dockable toolbar. Yeah, I mean, like, I was hoping to see when the error happened, the error boundary instead. Disfortunately, it didn't show up at all. So I'm going to try it around routes, because we know that it does happen when I first start the app. Almost invariably. And if it's on routes and it wasn't on app body and it wasn't on my nav menu nor my top bar, then that means that it's something in the Blazor framework. And now it's not even erroring to begin with. What you doing? Right. So for debug purposes, because for whatever reason, when I when I have hot reload, because I'm using hot reload and I make changes to the UI, it gets rid of my dark mode body style or class on the body element, gets rid of dark theme. And so I have my JavaScript function doing a set timeout apply dark mode every second. And so it just keeps checking for dark mode every second, essentially. So I don't know if this is causing a lot of the issues I've been running into. Who knows? But this is JavaScript. It shouldn't really get in the way of my C# code, should it? But yeah, so error boundary around routes, which is the very highest top level place that exceptions could occur within my application. It doesn't stop the error from happening. Or not stop the error. It doesn't give me the error boundary UI. Dear. Master Ed says JavaScript will get in the way of everything. Horsey noises. Sadly, it's doing exactly what it's told to do, not what we want it to do. But yeah, TBD, another meeting to attend, so I shall bid you good day for now. Have a great rest of the day. Appreciate you sharing the journey. Later all. Same to you. See you the next time you stream. I will be ending the stream in about 30 minutes at the end of my workday. Normalize hating JavaScript. I will not. I don't feed into things like that. JavaScript is used for JavaScript things. C# is used for C# things. They're all useful tools. It's how you use them. Yeah, it's so weird because the error boundary is rendered inside of routes. And main layout is rendered inside of routes as well. So you would think that putting error boundary here around routes would actually give us something useful, but it doesn't. Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. And how painful a tool is to use. Oh man. The analogy is, would you rather cut a log using a sharp saw or a rusty saw? While you might be able to get unique and creative outcomes using a rusty saw, my goodness, man. It would be easier to manipulate the wood if you used a sharp saw. Okay, cool. Okay, so moving forward with this, the next step is to apply the template, which means that I need multiple templates. So let's see what happens if I try to save a new template. I guess I'll go ahead and create some UI for being able to change the name of a template or save as. I guess if I have to. I will put that here. And by here, I mean here. And I'm going to do this crudely because, again, this is just a sample app and I'm wanting to throw things on here. Show save as template dialog. So if show as save as template dialog, we're going to have a dialog component, which I think I call modal. Man. No, it's called dialog. Dude, where's my dialog? It's called templated question dialog. Sure. I missed. I always miss. Okay, so we have a templated question dialog. First thing that I usually do to it, bind show to our boolean that tells it to show or hide. Then because this is a question dialog, there are confirm and cancel buttons. So I want to style the confirm button. Actually, I don't want to style it. I don't really care. I'm just going to tell it to save, and cancel button is going to be cancel. Then on confirm clicked, I'm going to handle that. On cancel clicked, I'm going to handle that. And we're going to have a body with a question header. Question content will be one of the things, but what's the header called? Head content. That doesn't sound right. Okay. I do have a code behind file, so I will go ahead and pull this out to a place where we can work on it. I don't know where my mouse is. Private handle confirm clicked. Okay, so that's probably not it. What would I have called it? You know, the easier way to find it would be to fill these in. Handle confirm clicked, handle cancel clicked, and then let the suggestion give me these. Title content. Of course it's called title content. Why wouldn't it be called title content? Save template as. Oops. For now, you're going to be a task that just returns task dot completed task. Handle cancel clicked. Again. Okay, so we are sketched. Now let's sketch out the content. We'll make this the template name. I don't know what to call it. Template name section. Controls. And I won't style anything at the moment. Let's just put content on here so that we can get it to show up, see what it looks like, and then work on the sending it to the server. We need two things. We need the label. Oops, I'm at 4. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, give it to me for free. This is going to be in our upsert template request, which we're going to have to start tracking an upsert template request. And we need one for the description. And I'm going to make that a text area. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. I know what I'm doing. Description. Okay. All right. You win. So let's start tracking an upload request. Here we are. Okay. By default, I don't know. I was gonna say by default I wanted to set it to this, but I kind of don't. Instead, what I think I'll do is have an existing template to overwrite. so that we can still keep testing. Does it actually overwrite when we load one? You were actually called, change name to descript. Is going to be labeled for what do we usually put for select elements? Combo, even though it's not a combo box. Combo exist template select and option. First one that is going to be selected by default is create new. Well, I guess I don't know if it's going to be selected by default, but then if found template response return object is not null, then create an option for each of the found templates using their template IDs, and then their names is what's going to display. For a given user, I'm still trying to decide whether or not I want to make the template names distinct. But that would mean creating an index on user ID template name. So the other thing that I could do is make the template name unique by simply displaying, for example, the last 5 characters. Which you need to string it first, buddy, because that's good. Good job. Good job, you. Okay. So what we're gonna do is on change for this thing. We're going to say handle exist template selection changed. Good name, good name. We aren't going to be able to do this, so yes, I'm going to make this null. No. Private task. This change event args echo. Okay. Do you need to be a task? I don't think you need to be a task. You can be void. We need the ID as good. So if value string is null or white space e.value, then create new is selected. Okay, what I meant, well, yeah, we'll do it like that. I'm waiting for Scott to tell me how to do this in a pattern matching kind of way. I don't know how to do string is null or white space on a method. So like on .toString. So if e.value is an object with the toString value is not null or white space. And it's like, I don't know that that's even possible. But that's fine. If string is null or white space, e.value toString. I'll do it this way. Oh, you don't have to. It just seems like you would have had you not been on the phone. Create new is selected. Oh man, this is where I want to put too much logic into this, and I'm not trying to implement this right now, but like some things that just flashed before my eyes were, if I were doing this for real, I would have a variable that would hold the private string selected exist template ID, and it would be nullable. So I would have that and then bind this to that, and then at bind after, then I'd call update the selected template. I would have one field that would track the input that the user is putting into each of these fields. So not the same as the current request that's going out, but it would be a separate request so that we can track when they are updating values for the current request. They can pick an existing template, gray out that existing request update, but I still want them to be able to change the description. So then I would, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I would do in order to make this functionality easy for them to update existing templates or create a new one. When they go to create a new one, if they clicked on another one to like copy a message from it and go back to create new, then that all of the information they already put in would still persist. So they wouldn't lose everything that they did just because they wanted to click on a different template to copy its description, for example. So anyway, for now, we're just going to have the one user template request and the existing, or yeah, the selected ID as nullable, such that if it's null, then our found user template request, I mean, whatever I called it, what did I call it? That's not what I called it. Upsert template request is going to be, I'm going to do it anyway. Private upsert template request, new template request. Oh, do you have required fields? You do, but that's okay. That is absolutely okay. How did I get them before? also means I need table def. If mapper state.data file is null or active table is null, do nothing. Fine, I'm okay with that. You still missing a required field? Template name. Oops. Okay, it's happy with that. So we're creating a new template request. If we select an empty thing, otherwise we use the new template request. If we are at a point where we are changing to a non, oh man, how am I going to track that? To an existing user template. Then if our selected template ID is null, then we're switching from a new template to an existing template. So we want to save our current upsert template request as our new template request so that we can keep the values. And finally, we want to set the selected template to thingy. Can I clone these? Are you clonable? Dang it. I can't clone them. So then my upsert template request is going to be a new template request. Table defs is always going to be a thing then. With that information, and we need to get the template from our list of templates. So var template equals template response. Right, we need the this thing. If we are here, then e.value.toString is not null. Because if it was null, then we would have returned after this if. So this here is saying that e.value.toString could potentially be null, but it's not. We're verifying that it's not up here. I don't like that. Okay. So then we get the GUID. And this is just regular ID. And this is now if template is null, not do nothing. Selected good. No. Gosh. Selected is this template ID is null, and we set up a new template. So private void setup or restore new template. Setup or restore new template, which is simply going to be that. So helpful. Man. I honestly don't know what to do with this. That's fine though. We're just going to leave it at that. Because again, this is not the final product. This is just the UI for me to be able to call library functions to see them do what they do and stuff. Description. So template name is going to be our existing template. Name and description, template.description. And now our field mappings are going to be the things that get updated in this request. So we don't want to use the same ones from the existing template. Fully qualified name is still going to be the same target type. And same with field descriptors. Maybe we picked a different file. And so we're saving with the same template name, but with a different file and different set of columns somehow. I don't know. I don't even think that's possible. But that's okay. Okay, so the last thing to do for this is to make sure that this thing gets displayed when we click the save button. And so instead of the save button doing the actual save itself, instead we will have the save button show save as template dialog. And then the on confirm clicked is the thing that's going to do all of the saving. So we don't need all of this stuff anymore because we have our underscore upsert template request. Basic task. And this is our response. Found templates response. No, it's not. Oh man. Okay, so at this point, like I need to end my workday because I'm about to get a call. But at this point, what I'm gonna do from here is tell this thing to add the upserted template populate GUID from response to the found template response return object. So I'll manually be adding found templates to this return object from the initial found response, which of course means making sure that the list is initialized at least. So starting off with a found template response question mark equals new, or I guess collection initializer. And then adding the template. Am I just going to do it now? I think I'm going to do it now. ID equals resp.id, or return object, which is the GUID. And then, oh wow, I guess that needs to be initialized too. And finally, found template response dot return object dot add the upsert template request, and then upsert template request dot wait, how is that not? Oh, because that's a request. I need to turn it into the upsert template model. Right. So we'll do that, and upsert template request is null, new template request is null, and the selected ID is null. Or maybe we default the selected ID to the existing one. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so I need to go though. I should be getting a call here shortly to do some troubleshooting, but we're gonna raid out. Typically I would raid out to other people. I don't know. Typically I would just raid out, period. So we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid Irish John Games. His stream is marked for mature audiences. I apologize for the abrupt ending, but I do hope you guys enjoyed your day. I will let him know that I will probably receive a call very shortly after we raid, but I'll be lurking. I'm lurking there. I'm lurking on Setalix's channel. I'm lurking on Dragon Spirit Games. I'm lurking on Manadano. Yeah, so many good streamers today. So yeah, anyway, I will be back again on Wednesday. A lot of this is going to be done by then, and then we can continue exploring other avenues for making the lab data import library work better. As always, this will be posted to YouTube shortly after I end the stream, and you're always welcome to join our Discord if you aren't already a member of way too many Discords. Ours is relatively quiet, but we have some amazing people there that are willing to answer questions if you have any, or if you're willing to answer questions yourself, we have people that do ask questions on there from time to time. Okay, ciao for now. See you on the next stream that you show up at. Okay, tschüss.